The hour of 9:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Khan. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members and guests. As we reconvene to shape the priorities of our Commonwealth, may we be reminded that our work is to affirm the values of our nation and our Commonwealth. It was consecrated in our Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, and among these rights are that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And may we be reminded of those in our community that uphold these values. People like our veterans who yesterday we recognized for their selfless service to our community, to our nurses, to our teachers, to our laborers in our community. And may we also be reminded that those that continue to stay in our community to guide us in our spiritual path, like the Sisters of St. Joseph who were in my community, sisters who recently recognized their 375th anniversary of their founding. And at Chestnut Hill, when I was at their pilgrimage of hope, they read the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi, which I like to read this morning. Let us pray. Lord, make us instruments of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that we may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
I pledge allegiance Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal from Tuesday, November the 11th, 2025 will be postponed until printed. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1161, House Bill 1713, House Bill 1825, House Bill 1934, House Bill 1972. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals November 12, 2025. House Bill 2025, House Bill 2027, both to appropriations. House Bill 2019, Children and Youth. House Bill 2023, Housing and Community Development. House Bill 2022, Insurance. House Bill 2018, House Bill 28, both to Judiciary. House Resolution 368, Local Government. House Bill 2020, House Bill 2021, Transportation. House Resolution 369 and House Bill 2024 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
Are there requests for leaves of absence? Chair recognizes the Majority Whip, who indicates there are none. Chair recognizes the Minority Whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members have been voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1421, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 731, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the House Rules Committee will meet immediately upon the break in the Majority Caucus Room.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus immediately following the Rules Committee meeting. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Republicans will also caucus after the Rules Committee meeting for 30 minutes, and we plan to return to the House floor at 10:30 a.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The House will go at recess until 10:30 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
Extended until 11 o'clock. I repeat, recess for the House has been extended until 11 o'clock.
The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair is in receipt of an excerpt from the Clerk of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The Clerk of the Senate being introduced, returned bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and titled as follows. House Bill 749. With information the Senate has passed the same with the amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested.
Chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bill. Senate Bill 160, re-reported as amended. Will the House agree report is agreed to? Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1421, printers number 2589, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for funding for certain state-related universities for a fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? The bill will temporarily be over. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up Senate amendments. Senate Bill, printers number Senate Bill 160, printer's number 1309, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B for concurrence in Senate amendments as amended by the House. Question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate as amended by the House? Chair recognizes Representative Mullins for a brief description of the Senate amendments as amended by the House. Representative Harris.
Summary, okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Senate amended, no, I'm sorry, scratch that. This bill was amended in the Rules Committee today to include the 25-26 general appropriations for the Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question is, shall the bill pass the House? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, the Chair of Appropriations, Representative Struzzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. So it's been quite a journey for all of us over these past, I'd say 9-10 months since the governor first delivered his budget address in this chamber back in February. I know that we have all been through a lot, various reiterations of the general appropriations bill, some back and forth, but I think and I believe that today we can make a difference for Pennsylvania. The bill before us now, as amended, contains the policies that will guide this state in the right direction for the future. The bill before us will help us grow our economy, will help us move Pennsylvania in the direction that it needs to move in. It will provide much-needed funding for our communities around this Commonwealth, and it will ensure that Pennsylvania has a viable future. I understand that there are concerns with the spend number amongst many of us, but I truly believe that the policies within this bill will spur our economy, will bring people back to Pennsylvania, will grow our businesses, and help our communities in every corner of this state. I encourage you to vote yes for Senate Bill 160 because it is the right bill for Pennsylvania right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, the leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In February, the House Republican Caucus, in response to what we heard from the governor in his budget address, made clear several priorities when it came to public policy in Pennsylvania. And Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'll simply talk about the overall on all the bills that we will be voting on, because I know when the time comes, we will just simply be voting on them. So I'm going to go ahead and, with your permission, expand to all of the bills before us, because that is truly what encompasses this budget. You can't budget in a silo. Numbers on a page don't mean anything if you can't look in the future and determine where Pennsylvania is going to grow economically. And in February, we stated that the number one issue that we felt was holding Pennsylvania back from economic growth was the specter of RGGI. Being a part of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative is truly what was keeping energy development out of Pennsylvania as we were losing jobs to West Virginia and Ohio. After today, that specter will be gone. And I believe that this is a moment that we can look to in time that we will say Pennsylvania started to meet its full potential when it came to developing energy in Pennsylvania. Now, there are many other parts that we know we need to continue to work on, and I believe that there were critical points in this budget that we were able to recognize the continued need for permitting reform. We saw the need to reduce our error rate when it comes to benefit integrity, when it comes to Medicaid, trying to create structures that we all want, which is to ensure that these programs are viable and sustainable for our most vulnerable population. We see a tax credit program that will put money back into the pockets of those who are working at the lower end of the wage scale. Because we fundamentally believe that when people have more money in their pockets and they're not sending it to the government, that they can generate economic growth in their own households, in their own communities. Those are parts of this budget that I believe move Pennsylvania forward. When we look at education, we have certainly been robust in our spending in public education, and that will continue. But from this podium and from many places around the Capitol, I have continued to remind folks that we also need to look at the students that are falling through the cracks. And I don't agree with everything in this budget. That's part of divided government. But I do believe the expanded tax credit to the EITC programs for economically distressed schools will provide opportunities and a small step forward for some of those students. I also believe the addition to structured reading and the science of reading and structured literacy into our education code will make a difference. It is one of the most fundamental issues surrounding education. We have to ensure that our kids can read. So there are many more areas that we can look at in education reform and steps that we need to take. But I believe we did make some steps in this budget. But overall, I think we need to look at the process. It was a difficult process, and there is a reason for that. The reason is because we have divided government and we have two opposed views of the roads we can take to get us to where we all want to be in terms of a successful Pennsylvania. And there were many times through this process that it felt like we were not going to be able to continue forward. Probably times when we all felt that we were ready to give up and call it a day. But I would like to commend all of the chambers and the administration for continuing to work through many of those issues to get to today. Because friends, in the end, what we do here, all of us will have a finite time to serve. And when we're gone, the next person will come in the seat and the next person after that, and we have only but a moment of time in this chamber to make a difference. And no matter how difficult the circumstances, we have to remember that governing is truly where we can make that difference. And I believe today's product, while not perfect, will move Pennsylvania forward and will leave a lasting impact on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the good. And I would encourage a vote yes on Senate Bill 160. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we stand here today, although it has taken us longer than we would have hoped, though it is not in the normal scope of the time frame that we like to get our budget done, we are here together. The budget, Madam Speaker, that we bring before this body today represents a journey a journey for all of us of listening, a journey of us hearing from all parties that are responsible for representing the people of this Commonwealth. This represents our journey from rural to urban to suburban, from the most conservative to the most liberal. It represents a recognizing of where we need to go together as a Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, sometimes in the body politics that we live in, we enjoy many labels, but in this moment in time, the most important one for me is a Pennsylvanian. This budget represents us coming together to recognize that while everyone may not have gotten everything, but that we can work together collectively to have a document that we can be proud of that delivers on the promises that many of us have made to the people of Pennsylvania. And so we're voting today on a budget north of $50 billion, but a budget that also keeps us intact with regards to our rainy day fund. We're voting on a budget today that continues to make historic investments in education, that puts us on the pathway to being in line with answering the Commonwealth Court's demand that we fund education in Pennsylvania and bring that into constitutionality. We are moving forward on that plan to make sure that teachers and principals and school directors across this Commonwealth have the resources necessary for our children. Madam Speaker, this budget also holds forth on our promise around school facilities, with money in the budget to address school facilities, but also to address the pressing issue of us looking at our climate, with money in here for solar for schools. Madam Speaker, this budget also looks at the mental health of our youngest learners and puts money in there for school safety and mental health grants. Madam Speaker, this budget does what we said we wanted to do, and that's to make sure that we're taking care of children from all over this Commonwealth. It also looks at how do we retain some of those who are in front of our youngest learners by making investments in early childhood education. Madam Speaker, it also looks at how we take care of those who are going on to higher education by making sure that we maintain the level of grant funding over at FIA for those who we've told that education is the elevator out of poverty. And far too often we've given them a broken elevator. Well, this budget makes sure that they have the resources necessary to move forward with their education. I mean, honestly, Madam Speaker, I could go on and on to talk about all of the other things that are in this budget. Things like making sure that those who are on our social service safety nets, that they're taken care of, and that the direct care workers that provide for them are taken care of. I could talk about those with intellectual disabilities and the resources that are there for them. I could talk about the money that is in this budget for food insecurity at a time where many in our Commonwealth are wondering how they will feed themselves. This body, this General Assembly, this governor, this state government is stepping up to the plate when many others won't with regards to how we take care of feeding the people of Pennsylvania. I could go on and on and on, but I won't. It's taken us a long time to get here. But the truth of the matter is we're here, and we're here together. Not as a Democrat or Republican, not as a progressive or liberal or conservative, but this budget represents the best of what we can do collectively by calling ourselves Pennsylvanians. You see, Commonwealth is not just the name that we have, but it should also be who we see ourselves as. A group of people who do equally for each other, understanding that it's not just me or you, it is we. That is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That is what makes us one of the greatest places to live in this country. So I'm going to be voting yes on Senate Bill 160 for the people of Pennsylvania, for the people of the Commonwealth, and continuing to move us forward together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, the leader, Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Madam Speaker, rather than belabor the point and talk about the many advancements in this budget, at this time I rise to make a motion to proceed on House Bill 1421, Senate Bill 160, and Senate Bill 731.
Representative Bradford moves to proceed to the immediate consideration of House Bill 1421, Senate Bill 731, Senate Bill 160. The question is, will the House proceed to the immediate consideration of HB 1421, SB 731, SB 160? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion to proceed.
All those in favor of proceeding will be voting aye. Those opposed will vote no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the question. The yeas are 192, the nays are 11. A two-thirds majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion passes. The question recurs. Will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate as amended by the House on Senate Bill 160, printer's number 1309 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence to the Senate amendments as amended by the House. The yeas are 156, the nays are 47. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1421, printers number 2589, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for funding for certain state-related universities for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it was founded, Penn State was created as a land-grant university, an institution for the people. It was meant to open doors of higher education to the sons and the daughters of working families, farmers, factory workers, coal miners, the backbone of this Commonwealth. It was never meant to be an elite playground for the privileged. For decades, Penn State's branch campuses carried that mission forward. They were ladders that lifted students of modest means towards a better future. I saw it firsthand. Friends, neighbors, classmates used those campuses to build better lives and careers. Several of those people sit here today within these walls. But now those ladders are being kicked away. Earlier this year, Penn State announced plans to close 7 of the branch campuses: Du Bois, Fayette, Mont Alto, New Kensington, Shenango, Wilkes-Barre, and York. That includes Penn State Fayette, right in my home campus. The very campus that opened opportunity to rural students for generations. Those doors will soon be shut. And while those campuses are being dismantled, Penn State continues to spend like an untouchable empire. The Board of Trustees this year approved up to $700 million for renovations to Beaver Stadium, nearly $750 million for a football arena, even as they say there isn't enough money to keep the branch campuses alive. And while they claim financial strain, they quietly approved a pay raise for their president, boosting her base salary from roughly $950,000 to $1.4 million, with additional bonuses that make her one of the highest paid public university presidents in this nation. Meanwhile, the university's football coach walked away with a $49 million buyout. Let that sink in. $49 million paid to someone to leave his job, while working class students lose their local access to higher education. That's not just bad optics, it's moral failure. If Penn State were a private university, this conversation wouldn't even be happening. Private universities can spend their money however they want, but Penn State is not private. It comes to this chamber year after year, hand outstretched, asking for hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer funding. This year alone, we're being asked to approve $277 million, almost $278 million in state funding for Penn State, for an institution that's chosen elitism over accessibility and prestige over people. Let's call it what it is. Penn State has abandoned its land grant mission. It's turned its back on rural Pennsylvania, and it's forgotten the very community that is built, the communities that have built its legacy. Instead of helping the underprivileged students in Fayette County or Clarion or Uniontown, Penn State is more focused on serving students remotely across the world, chasing prestige and global rankings while leaving the sons and the daughters of rural Pennsylvanians behind. This isn't what a land-grant university was meant to be. That isn't service to the people, it's self-sacrifice. You know, in this chamber, we often talk about accountability and transparency, and that's not what you're getting here. Penn State has shown us exactly what happens when there's little of both. While students in small towns are going to lose their opportunities for affordable local education, the university's top leaders are cashing seven-figure paychecks and investing in billion-dollar sports complexes. That's not a land-grant promise, it's corporate model of greed. Penn State used to lift up people, now it lifts up executives. If Penn State, and I'll leave you with this because it's obvious that very few of you are paying attention, if Penn State wants to operate like a private university, then it should fund itself like one. Until it returns to serving the people of Pennsylvania, not just the wealthy, not just the global brand, but the working class families right here at home, it does not deserve another dime from the taxpayers of this Commonwealth. I'll be voting no. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Reichart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise and echo the comments made by the gentlelady from Fayette. I have Penn State Mont Alto in my district, which was founded as the State Forestry Academy in 1903 and conveyed by legislation enacted by this General Assembly in 1937 to Penn State. And there was articles in the local newspaper in 1937 expressing fear that Penn State would close Penn State Mont Alto and cease the forestry program there. Well, they're only off by 90 years. So here we are, having the conversation here in the General Assembly for the first time. We have been spending tax dollars year after year to fund Penn State, and they go and they conduct this study that had foregone conclusions before it was even published. I think these universities, these branch campuses were selected for closure, and then the study was done after the fact to justify it because of the inconsistencies that are in there. That being said, here in the General Assembly, we have a duty on behalf of the taxpayers to ensure that our dollars are going to fund educational institutions that are actually responsive to the people. So, Madam Speaker, I ask for a no vote for the non-preferred funding for Penn State. Just to remind the folks at Penn State that this is a partnership with the General Assembly and the people of the Commonwealth, and we're just not a mere ATM. Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from McKean, Representative Causer. The gentleman waves off. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative McAndrew.
It is unfortunate, but Penn State is failing the kids of this Commonwealth and failing the kids of my district by doing what they're doing with these campus closures. I think it should be bipartisan in the fact that we need to realize that Penn State funding is hurting. Penn State is hurting, their kids by doing what they're doing and acting while they're acting by closing these 7 campuses and by not truly reviewing what is going on. I hope that we can come together at some point to support Penn State in the future, but at this point and at this moment, what they're doing with these 7 campuses is truly failing our kids. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Center, Representative Benninghall, Minority Chair of Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did not hear your call earlier. I apologize. I was sitting in the wrong seat. Now, after that confession, I just want to share a couple thoughts. You know, sometimes when you're a big entity, it's an easy target to beat up on, and we forget some of the intrinsic values that some of these universities provide for us. We talk about just the dollars and cents and how much money taxpayer dollars go to them, and we should talk about those. But do we ever sit there and think about how that multiplier effect happens in some of the services they provide? For somebody who's been here a little bit longer than others, there was a time where we funded Penn State University specifically at almost $350 million. Economies change, budgets get adjusted, and we were not able to do that. A lot of us fought to make sure that money was there for 4-H, cooperative extension, and parts of Penn State that we really like and we think it's important. But these institutions don't function in a silo. There's a lot that goes on. And yes, they do have the distinction of being called a land-grant university. It goes all the way back to 1855, and some people think it ought to be just the same way as it was then. Well, that was before the invention of cars. So maybe we shouldn't have cars and use the convenience of riding in something that has heat and air conditioning. That was long before the different type of telescopes and microscopes and all the other technology we have. The reality is, times do continue to change. Most of you in here probably shop by the internet now. You have packages delivered to your home, food delivered to your home. But some of us hate seeing our small malls going away. They were good providers. We enjoyed the experience of going to the mall and shopping. These things continue to change. Madam Speaker, I rise just to say that we need to be looking at these universities beyond the balance sheet of dollars and cents. As somebody who has been a recipient in her family through the many medical research and medical services provided by Hershey Medical Center, I am grateful for the money that we invest there. I am grateful for the tobacco settlement that many of us voted for many years ago, and the fact that Pennsylvania continues to keep that money strictly in health care to provide research dollars for generations yet to be born as the benefactors and current generations. Madam Chairman, I rise to support the university, and I feel bad that they've had to make some of the decisions that they have at closing some of these branch campuses, and I suspect if it wasn't in particular members' districts, they'd probably be less concerned, and yes, they should stand up and speak for their districts. But just like the different malls and other businesses that come and go in our communities, decisions have to be made. And for a historic perspective, I think it's important to know that it is this legislature, maybe not some of the same members, who have demanded that these universities use their money wiser, watch their budgets, downsize where they can. And when they do that, we say, well, don't do that in my district. We've had the same scenario with corrections recently. Nobody likes to see these good employers leave their communities. But at the end of the day, they're responding what we have asked them to do. Use the money that we do provide, their tax dollar, better. Sometimes there's a mixed match between what money comes from the Commonwealth versus what comes from donations. We are a small portion of that university's funding. As I said, at one point it was $350 million. Today's will be $242 million. I believe the current administration and the president is working very hard to use that money very prudently. And at the end of the day, a well-educated community and those who come to our universities, many of which stay in some of our local communities to become good employees and employers and start businesses, benefit the Commonwealth as a whole. Madam Speaker, I could go on, but I won't. I just wanted to rise and say, please look at the whole picture, support this piece of legislation, and support our universities that help take care of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 151, the nays are 52. The majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 731, printer's number 1308, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree that the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for PACE, PACENet, Social Security COLA moratorium.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 203, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill with amendment in which the concurrence of the Senate is requested. Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced to inform that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives by amending said amendments to Senate Bill numbered and entitled as follows. Senate Bill 315, ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Chair recognizes the majority leader for an announcement. The gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room.
The House will be at ease for the purpose of the Rules Committee meeting. House will come to order. Chairs in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, returned bill from the House of Representatives numbered in the title as follows. House Bill 416. With the information the Senate has passed the same with the amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested.
Chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 749, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 315, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Westmoreland, Representative Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to correct the record on House Bill 1421. I was recorded as a yes, and I would like to be recorded as a no. Thank you.
The information will be spread across the record. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate and brief meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room.
The House will be at ease for the purpose of the Rules Committee meeting. The House will come to order. Jeez. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bill. House Bill 416, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 749, printers number 2575, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar C for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes Representative Madsen for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 749 was amended in the Senate to strengthen oversight within our SNAP and Medicaid programs, ensure continued support for working families by updating the minimum weekly co-payment for subsidized childcare, remove outdated regulatory provisions limiting medical assistance reimbursements for the behavioral health services delivered outside a licensed outpatient clinic, bring Pennsylvania into compliance with federal law by indefinitely suspending Medicaid for incarcerated individuals, direct a study of the feasibility of a brokerage model for non-emergency medical transportation services. I urge an affirmative vote on concurrence. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the revisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 199, the nays are 4. The majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up Senate Bill 315, printers number 1310, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar C for concurrence in Senate amendments to the House amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate to the House amendments? The chair recognizes Representative Schweier for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senate Bill 315, as amended by the Senate, has an underlying legislation that is a fix to our career and technical education equipment grant program, something that this chamber has supported in the past. In addition to that, it includes a $100 million allocation for school safety and mental health grants, significant changes to the formula in the way that we fund our cyber schools. It actually increases our public library subsidy by another $5 million. It maintains our year 2 of our adequacy funds to help the most disadvantaged school districts in a manner concurrent with our conversations with the courts and the past court case that mandated that we fund our schools more appropriately. It increases the income limit for the Ready to Succeed scholarships by $200,000. We have significant policy changes to cyber education that is extremely important. It creates a more visible participation rule so that cyber schools can actually see their students each and every day. There are new weekly benchmarks for classes, new rules around truancy and residency for our cyber schools. In addition to that, 4 very bipartisan bills that were run out of our committee on teacher certification. It expands certifications for our second career individuals who want to become teachers. Think about your biologist who wants to become a biology teacher. It establishes new grade spans, giving more and more flexibility to our middle schools, our high schools, and our elementary schools to be able to put the best teachers in the best classrooms. It reduces and caps all of our teacher certification fees to $50. Prior to this legislation, ma'am, Pennsylvania had the highest teacher certification fees in the entire Northeast United States. Removes the cost of individuals who want to put their certifications on hold and want to return to the classroom several years later. It also establishes grants for schools to adopt evidence-based reading instruction and screening students for reading competency, something we heard the minority leader mention in his earlier remarks. It encourages students to complete their FAFSA or complete an opt-out form starting in the 2026-27 school year. It enacts the performance-based formula suggested by the Performance-Based Funding Council. That, again, ma'am, was approved by all 4 caucuses and the administration. It allows PDE to conduct a Duquesne School District Consolidation Feasibility Study, establish a 50-student pilot program to extend scholarships for beyond 4 to 6 year students, codifies nursing shortage assistance program, increases the EITC cap by $50 million directed entirely towards economically disadvantaged private schools, adds more seats for the Bridgeway Drug and Alcohol Recovery School, and requires a PIAA to live stream and post their meetings, amongst other things. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those bills that contains a lot of good. It needed changes, but unfortunately, it also has language that on its face is unconstitutional. Senate Bill 315 is a 144-page omnibus bill that covers a broad range of topics under the umbrella of education. Everything from requiring that cash must be accepted for admission to school-sponsored activities, something that I absolutely support, to requiring cyber students to prove their residency throughout the year. This is something else that I've talked to my school district about and absolutely supports. There is such a huge range of good things that are in this bill, but as so often happens with bills of this length, there's a poison pill hidden. For me, the poison pill in Senate Bill 315 is a section that would require parents of quote-unquote habitually truant, parents of a habitually truant child to go to court to obtain a judge's order proving that the transferring of their child to a cyber charter school is in the best interests of the child. That, Mr. Speaker, is a clear-cut violation of our constitutional rights as parents, a right that predates government itself, the right to direct the care, the upbringing, and the education of our children without interference. That right belongs to every fit parent in the Commonwealth, and it's one of the most sacred protections that our Constitution affords. If you don't believe me, it's on page 50 of the bill. Now, if this language is applied only to the children in our foster care or kinship care, where the state is already the legal guardian, I absolutely have no objection to that. In fact, I proposed it in a co-sponsor memo recently based on some very tragic things that have happened in my district. But this bill as proposed applies to any parent of any child. And let's be honest, there are a dozen reasons that a child might be considered habitually truant on paper, but for good cause. Maybe the child's being bullied. Maybe the child has a chronic illness or severe anxiety. Maybe the family just moved and transportation's been disrupted. The list could go on and on and on. But none of those families should be forced to go to court just to change schools. Even if the family could afford an attorney, justice isn't free, and our court dockets are already overflowing. It could take months even a year to get a ruling. Meanwhile, that child sits waiting, falling further behind. This is not the government's call to make. This is the parents' call. Senate Bill 315 crosses a dangerous constitutional line, one that should never be crossed in a free society. For the reasons, Mr. Speaker, I must respectfully but firmly vote no on Senate Bill 315. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Ortite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak about one of the most important parts of Senate Bill 315, early literacy. This bill makes sure that every Pennsylvania student is taught to read using methods that actually work. It requires schools to use structured literacy, teaching kids how to connect letters to sounds, how to sound out words, how to build vocabulary, and how to truly understand what they read. For too long, too many schools used programs that relied on guessing or picture cues. And what happened? By fourth grade, only about a third of Pennsylvania's students are reading on grade level. That's not because our kids can't learn, it's because we aren't teaching them the right way. Senate Bill 315 changes that. It requires schools to screen all K-3 students so we can catch reading struggles early, before kids fall too far behind. It requires real communication with parents when a child is struggling, and intervention plans that follow proven methods. And it gives schools and teachers the training and support they need to make this work. And there's another important piece to this. It actually saves money. When we wait until a student is already failing, it costs a lot more to catch them up. Some kids never do get caught up, and that ends up costing our schools, our economy, and our communities even more in the long run. Teaching kids to read the right way from the start isn't just good policy, it's common sense. It's cheaper, smarter, and better for everyone, whether you live in a city, a suburb, or a small town. And this isn't just about test scores either. Reading is the foundation for everything, for math, for science, for graduation, for getting a good job. If a child can't read by the end of third grade, everything after that becomes infinitely harder. This bill gives us a chance to fix that, to give every child and every community a fair shot at success. This is how we change lives, by getting back to the basics and doing what works. Let's make sure every child in Pennsylvania can read and succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence to the Senate amendments. The yeas are 167, the nays 36. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 416, printers number 2576, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar D for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted in the Senate? The Chair recognizes Representative Kahn for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amended version of a bill that I was proud to co-prime sponsor that actually removes taxation on survivors from the Holocaust who are getting reparations here in Pennsylvania. And this bill has been amended in the Senate. In this bill includes important provisions for folks who are struggling in our Commonwealth with affordability. The Working Pennsylvanians Tax Credit, which establishes a program for people who are struggling, who are working but not making enough. This will help those families. In some cases, about $700 for a single mother with children. It also helps families that are battling food insecurity, struggling to afford affordable housing. and also childcare, making childcare more accessible and more affordable. This bill also helps with our agriculture to make sure that this actually helps with our education as part of our larger bill to make sure that our schools are getting that historical funding that they need. This is an important amendment, although it is imperfect. It doesn't include a lot of the things that I would like. That is the nature of the work that we do. And I will be voting yes, and I ask others to support it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 416, chiefly because it cancels the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. I understand that environmental protection is not highly valued in this General Assembly, and I also understand that my words will not affect any or many votes, but I do think that certain things need to be said. Climate change is the most important long-term threat to this planet. 2024 was the hottest year on record, which exceeded 2023, which was formerly the hottest year on record. The most recent example of climate change damage is the damage that Hurricane Melissa did to the people of Jamaica. We all recall the great wildfires last year out west and the enormous expense this causes to the citizens of this country and this world. Pennsylvania is a major greenhouse gas emitter, the fourth largest. 30% of those greenhouse gas emissions come from the power sector. RGGI is a tried and true program. It is market-based. It is has been in effect since 2009. It involves 10 states who are participating. And since that time, there's been a 46% decline in carbon emissions from the power facilities in those states. And there's been a $9 billion investment in clean energy projects for those states. In 2020, Governor Wolf, by executive order, started the regulatory process. He did this because he understood the legal, the political impossibility of this General Assembly addressing climate change. RGGI is not perfect, and there are those who will say, well, this should be done legislatively, don't like the process, but there's one political reality. You're not getting this done any other way. It's pretty clear in this General Assembly, no meaningful legislation is going to be passed to address climate change. The PACER bill, Governor Shapiro's Pennsylvania-only version of RGGI, did nothing last session and will go nowhere this session and will never go anywhere given the current political dynamics. It's very disappointing that our governor does not support RGGI, and that is why it is on the chopping block today. Again, I understand this is going to pass. I understand my words will affect no one's opinion, but history will judge us poorly for the way this General Assembly has neglected the most important issue of climate change. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman from Delaware County. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's really dangerous when we start justifying bypassing the legislature. I'm a big fan of no kings, and that applies to the governor as well. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 189, the nays are 14. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 416, House Bill 749, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and titled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 416 and House Bill 749, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Judiciary Committee will be meeting in room G50 of the Irvis Office Building 10 minutes after adjournment on our announced agenda and any other business that comes before the committee. G50, 10 minutes after we adjourn. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For the information of the chair, the desk will have to remain open to receive bills from the Senate, so the chair may want to meet sooner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just 10 minutes whenever you say we can leave the hall, I guess at recess. Thank you.
1 p.m.
Judiciary Committee will meet at 1 p.m. G50 to discuss the agenda that was announced. Thank you.
Chair thanks the chair. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chair wishes the lady from Delaware County, Representative O'Mara, a very happy birthday. The desk will remain open and the Judiciary Committee may meet while the House will be at ease. The House will come to order. This afternoon, the House has been blessed with some very special guests in the gallery. We are excited to welcome the Lehigh Valley Academy Charter School to the floor of the House. Please stand and wave, students. Welcome to the floor of the House. The House will continue to be at ease. The House will come to order. The chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
The clerk of the Senate being introduced, informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill numbered and entitled as follows. Senate Bill 160.
The chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. Senate Bill 160, Senate Bill 315, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Parker, that the House now adjourn until Monday, November the 17th, 2025 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The questions on the motion, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Monday, November 17th, 2025 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.